What's up, guys? AMD's such a miserable stock to hold calls on. Did you did you have the calls from like 120 or did you just buy them at the top? Sorry. I'm working on it. God damn it, Robin your head. We get there. Calm down. What's up, functional chungus? I managed to successfully chase Wolf again. Nice. Yeah, I saw that. I saw it was up like almost 50% this morning. It was wild. At the top, but around 138. Expensive. It's an expensive. It's an expensive price to buy it at. I think it pinged like right off of Gamma Max. It's up actually above it for a couple days. Which means you bought like right here. So you went long above GM. That was risky. Although the little bit of support at 35 doesn't seem too bad. Gamma Max is coming down. You might get another exit. Unless you got like leaps or something. You plan on staying in them for a long time. It's a decent amount of delta to the upside. It's not bad. $50. They're August? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you probably get another way out at some point. I would be careful, I would be careful if this loses like uh like I think losing 30 would be pretty bad. Hmm. Uh, Even 35. No. Be careful with that. Slipped 50, by the way. Remember, this is also like the peak of the market maker's expected move for the day. Really, like, really close to it. So somewhere between here and like 62 bips to the downside is it's very possible that we see sold puts come in heavily. Right now, there's still a few bot puts, 45.40. Some bot puts that came in at 55. So this retest at 50 might fail. And if it does, that move down to 40 is still open. I think you don't understand how reverse repo works, and that's concerning. No, you? I I don't know how reverse repo works. Hmm. Well, that's just inaccurate. Reverse repo is when you walk into a bank and start taking the desks. Isn't that where they give me a car instead of taking it away in front of my crying family? No. No, it's the Fed's like liquidity management tool. One day US Treasury, effectively. Yeah, 24 hours. Is reverse repo the fake number that's only fake when people don't like the data? Or is it the one that's fake and doesn't matter except when it does matter? It's the latter. It's not that kind of liquidity, Templars. I want to look at the gift wolf in the mouth, but is there more range if it breaks $2? I don't know. I said Friday it could hit $1.50. And up here it's getting real slim. Hmm. Let me think. No. Game of Max is out at like $7. Just kind of fucking wild. I mean, if it could get above like Gamma falls negative all the way up to like 250. Out above 250, Gamma starts turning positive, with Gamma on the entirety of the chain moving total exposure moving positive above fuck like 475. Mm, all of the negative delta squeezes off at like $2 and $3 for the most part. So yeah, I mean, if it gets above 2, it's probably gonna get really squeezy. Above 3, maybe it can push out to 5. Pretty hard for it to get above 5. It's already kind of fucking wild. Obviously, very dangerous to continue to attempt to play upside on it. But the chain is interesting. It looks like a lot like Bobby did, kind of back in the day. Can you clarify recent tariff news? I don't think anyone can. Like, is July 9th deadline no longer a thing now? And August 1st is the effective date? I'm hearing conflicting things. That's because there's conflicting messages. So far, it seems as if some countries, although nobody knows whom, will be given an additional 3 weeks before reciprocal tariffs go into effect. But that doesn't seem to be ubiquitous. It seems that it's only going to affect a certain portion of countries, and then the rest of the countries, it's still, they're still going into effect, and then it gets even more muddied with Trump announcing additional tariffs on like BRICS Plus and BRICS Plus adjacent trade partners last night of 10%, which kind of fucks with any trade deal with China because obviously they are massively involved in BRICS, and then would break their standing agreement of like 55% tariffs because the tariffs would go up to 65%, and would throw all of that back into renegotiation, I assume. And then, wait, it gets even worse than that, um, because supposedly letters are being sent out this week to trade partners that have yet to come to the table to make a deal. Um, and if, those countries are seen to be acting in bad faith with the US, you would assume that their tariffs would go into effect on July 9th and they would not be granted the additional 3 weeks. But wait. It gets even worse than that. There are countries that have simpered and cowered and gotten down on bended knee to kiss Trump's golden toe ring. Um, and they still got slapped with fucking 20% tariffs. So it's not like the countries that are willing to work with the US are even getting a good deal. I mean, the Vietnam deal is dog shit. I'm saying all these bad things. The market can only get so green. Not true. The market can get way greener. We saying our administration is a bunch of amateurs? I would never say such a thing about about our administration. What do you mean? This glorious leader. No, I don't like him. Don't project onto me your weird shit. Yeah, but BBB will take care of that since now we can use the massive ICE budget to re-educate everybody who doesn't think this is all massively bullish. But the BBB isn't massively bullish. Actually, I did a fuck ton of research last night. Well, not just last night, but like over the last like 3 days, because weekend bored, right? Um, and I was trying to figure out the companies most impacted and least impacted by the passage of the bill. That's pretty bad for fucking healthcare, like EVs and solar. But there are some big beneficiaries of the bill, like Toyota Motor Corp, Micron, Nextera. I was gonna put all of it in Pickle's picks, but I was very tired by the time it got to 4 in the morning. Toyota and Honda do most of their manufacturing in the U.S. So Micron's America's largest memory chip manufacturer. So they get a bunch of support for domestic manufacturing from the budget bill. It didn't cut funding from the CHIPS Act. So Micron's still able to secure enormous semiconductor grants. And they've already been awarded 6.165 billion in direct CHIPS Act funding towards new US fabs. And in June, the administration announced an expanded Micron investment with an additional 275 million. So 6.4 billion in federal support for Micron US plant construction, which is about 25% of its annual revenue and 800% of last year's net profit. It also boosts their supply chain with a $2.5 billion funding boost for critical minerals production and new Department of Defense loan programs for strategic industries. The near term impact shouldn't be all that significant, but long term it could be very, very, very significant. There's also some like incidental impacts, like the streamlining of like the award conditions for those grants and fewer regulatory delays in building fabs. is going to expedite Micron's permitting process, and it shortens their time to market for advanced chips. So Micron gets like a massive competitive moat through like onshore capacity, supply chain resilience, talent attraction, and favorable policy backdrop. God, I write a good report. All funded by the prime dealers of America, known colloquially as the baggies. You mean low income taxpayers? Ooh, I did a write up on Tesla too. I'll put it all in like Pickle's picks. Tesla is not a beneficiary, and most of their impact is like near term, but Tesla loses a fuck ton of money, and then also like a cut to their sales volume. Wolf over delta neutral, does that matter? Yeah, it means the market maker is going to start to become more supportive of continued upside. I've already lost my allotted amount of money this year shorting Tesla. Fair. BTU has been recovering off of its lows, but still massively exposed to the Chinese market. So there's still a lot of risk being priced in there. I know Nuke bought the fuck out of the BTU dip. He did get on it. But it's still being priced around where it was when tariff fears first popped up. So I would say that there's definitely still some concerns about how the Chinese trade deal is going to impact it. Is Wolf the tastiest treat in history? No, but it's on a little bit of a squeezy. I would like to point out that it was much cheaper on Friday. Tariff impacts, what a joke. But not just tariffs for BTU, right? It's also just trade stability between the US and China. China can go get their coal from someone else. How is Tesla not down more? They're down quite a lot. They're also at support. There's support here at least, but I mean it's down 7% today. And there's things Tesla can do to counteract the damage being done. Yeah, we need to lose like the low here. I would say like 62.47 to get the rest of the pullback to 62.40. I don't think it'd be really hard for us to get under 62.40 without news. Because if we did, would be squeezing out quite a lot of the short put positioning. There's a fuck ton of short puts down at 62.20.15. There's still bot puts down at 45.40. With the Belt and Road projects, I imagine they at least have beginnings of a supply chain from Africa. Yeah, I don't think those projects have been a huge success for China. I think they needed to lend money, and they found countries that were willing to take their money. I'm not really sure that those deals are ending up being beneficial for China yet. I think mostly a lot of them are probably going to default. There's also been like regime changes and things like that have really fucked up some of those supply lines and those prior deals. Right? If you make a deal with China and then you change your government to a different one, you don't really have a deal with China anymore. And you can do shit like that when you don't give a fuck about the value of your currency. Yeah, there might be an opportunity to sell put spreads if we get another leg down. I don't know if I'd sell them here, especially with so much of the day left. But if we got a drop to 62.40 or like 62.25 or something like that, I'd probably be far more willing to sell them. We're getting very close to back, like getting much closer to Vega neutral. Right now, there's not a lot of put selling near spot. The closest is like 35.30. Um, Most of the puts at spot are bought. Calls to the upside are sold. So we're not seeing a lot of call buyers come in. Um, I don't think anything looks super bearish, but like it doesn't look very promising to the upside, at least not right now. But if we hit those outer bounds of the market maker's expected move, we might see like more aggressive bullish positioning. It's Omni too. Like Elon releasing the Epstein list. He spent a great deal of time inside all the government's data. You can tell us the truth. Dirk is really Elon Musk, all hyped up about third party politics. Lives in a cheap house. Lives in a cheap house near a Tesla Gigafactory. I don't fucking. I have no idea who the CFO of Wolf is. Doing work because SPX is kind of boring right now. Yeah, a little bit. Getting, just keep getting pinned to 50. As the day progresses and like upside gamma gets more positive, downside gamma gets more negative, and we might get a break away from this like the support level. Trump admin decided that there actually is no list. Isn't that why they put like Patel and Bongo or whatever the fuck his name is in charge of those government agencies? Because they were like big like Epstein pundits. And so if they come out and tell all the right wingers that like, oh, there's nothing going on, then everyone will believe it. Why else would you choose two completely unqualified people to run some of the largest law enforcement divisions in the United States? How dumb is a wolf YOLO here? Pretty dumb. Could pay off, but pretty dumb. It's called diversity and inclusion. See, but that used to be reserved for, you know, people who had a more difficult socioeconomic path towards success, not as a way to prop up morons. No, not you, Rims and Tims. If they all of a sudden got someone qualified, it would make everyone else already appointed look dumb. That's what Basant does. Classic. Russia's former transport minister found dead just hours after his dismissal, with authorities attributing the death to self inflicted causes. Well, of course. He probably put two bullets in his head, the back of his head, and then proceeded to jump out of multiple windows. He shot himself in the back of the head twice. Isn't that what happened to that reporter who like unmasked all the CIA shit in South America? Wait, wasn't Trump president when Epstein offed himself? Yeah? Oh, okay. So, so why is it that people like on the right thought that the cover up was from the Democrat side? It wasn't a South American reporter. It was in the US. Are you thinking of the one that leaked um shit. What were the Panama Papers? But Trump's on the list like 20 times. And more. I think both sides were implicated. Probably. Yeah, Gary Webb. Oh, he was the it was the CIA like support of the Contra rebels. They were using crack cells in the United States to support rebels in South America. They were selling it to Freeway Rick Ross. The story's actually crazy. Yeah, it is. I may or may not have some goodies today. Um, like goodies I can play with, or goodies I can show people. Those are two different, very different baskets of goodies. Can we get Jimmy and see how far I can go before OPEX? It looks like it's got a shitload of support at 23. and 22. If it loses 22-19, it can slip all the way back to 19. It looks like IV to the downside still picking up around like 20, 19, 18. So there's maybe some puts being bought out here. Boop, just tested GM. GM's going up. Yeah, it looks like any covering that was going to go on is falling off. BTC correlation still slightly positive. Foreign exchange ARB's really negative right now. So, not too much covering going on, at least in the short term. That might be turning around a little. Yeah, I don't know. I would say locally, like 23, 22 are both decent support. But it could technically slip 22, and if it did, it could drop down to like delta neutral. I wonder if RC finally diluted enough that it's just a boring piece of shit now. Ooh, hey, losing the gamma flip, testing the delta flip. Maybe we will get our 6240 test. Yeah, bot puts are picking up at 45.40. Whee! Or the expected move in the AM contract was like 62 points. I think we just came really close to that. This is a retest at ES all-time high as well. The downside gap from Friday fills at 62.2741. ES gaps are way more important than SPX gaps. It's a significantly deeper and more liquid market, so like gaps, it should be very hard for gaps to form on ES. And when they do, they are important. I'd like to push into some of the sold puts a little bit. Really watch the bears squirm, or bulls squirm a bit, and then sell fuck tons of puts. You know what was hugely successful? All the spreads I sold on Friday. That shit worked out great. Yes, I told you. You were like, you're gonna get blown up on Monday. I was like, no, I'm gonna blow up on Monday. Difference. Whatever, Thursday. I sold him Thursday. Thursday was Spiritual Friday, yeah. On Pickle's Picks, you should be on weekly at 62.44. Does it change intraday? It changed with the 6 a.m. update this morning. The only reason you're up is because I didn't ghost you this time. Those were good spreads. We need those kind of idiot spreads on Pickle's Picks, to be honest. I mean, those are like intraday positions. It's kind of hard to do in Pickle's Picks. I guess I could have on that particular one, but generally speaking, the range to enter those is variable based on intraday data. So what looks like a great level in the overnight may not be such a great level during the intraday session. Which would lead to a lot of like live attempting to adjust it. Yeah, they're just not good candidates for Pickles picks. I've thought about that before. Let me know if you ghost my 62.45 butterfly. I don't think you have to worry about that. We still didn't fully test 40, which I'm not a big fan of. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't look like the 40 bot puts capitulated either. And then some of the like 62.35 and 30 puts pulled back, and bot puts are coming in at 62.25 as well. Here I am selling spreads above GM monthly, 30 days out. I mean, I do that sometimes. Wow, not like spreads, but you know, options. I just want GM to stop moving so hard nightly so I can sell weekly call credits out of the money again. GM's moving around a lot because the top of gamma is like very flat. So like where gamma peaks, which is like right around here, like 63.40, also like 63.85. Like this is all just like basically the same level of exposure. So I mean, gamma max is really just like that whole fucking thing right now because of the way things are positioned. I really should have mounted this like fucking headphone thing on the other side of my fucking desk. Like, right there. I'm gonna move that. It just doesn't work where it's at. I think that's one of the challenges folks have the most is seeing overnight data and learning how to adjust using live intraday data. Um, hmm. I think the overnight data tells you more of like it's more of like a macro view of like where tomorrow's ranges are going to be, where there's interest on the chain going into open, what opening price action will be like, relative to those like the to those overnight positions. But like I think once you've figured that out, the focus should probably be shifting to, the intraday data, especially as far as like confirming all of that goes, and seeing where interest builds relative to where interest was in the prior session. Right, because those people buying shit for like tomorrow are still trying to predict the future. They're not necessarily going to be right. And so, the less of a spread between how they position and how you try to position concurrent with their positioning, um, the more accurate. Well, not the more accurate, but probably the more. Mm, accurate might actually be the right word. Yeah, I considered precise. Maybe maybe like the slimmer the potential margin of error. So maybe it's more like, well, like what about like hmm, optimized. I mean, VN still matters. We just short squeezed through it for a little bit, really, really hard. Oh, and there's still not that much like volatility interest on the monthly chain, so the monthly one's still kind of weird. But VN's always been something we could push through. We've pushed through VN like fucking 30 different times. Um, it's just holding above it's always been shaky, and this time we held above it for longer, than we had historically. But that's what the market does. So we setting new records. Gamma Max still mattered. Gamma Max is a harder cap on price action than Vega Neutral. Vega Neutral is only a cap on price action is if the market maker becomes more exposed on the volatility side than they are on the delta gamma side, because then they'll start to shed delta. But if nobody's selling fuck tons of puts above VN, which has been largely avoided, then you don't have the same type of reaction to being in a positive vega environment that we saw in like 2024. Right? In 2024, the upside in the market was entirely driven by short puts. And so if they wanted to work them, like bulls wanted to work the market higher, they were selling puts at spot and in the money. And so they were, selling large swaths of puts above VN during that time period, which, obviously created significantly more Vega exposure for the market maker and caused the market maker to sell off, generally in a fairly rapid and extreme fashion. But this environment's simply not the same as that. What we've been seeing is lots of bot calls driving price action higher, lots of zero DTE puts being sold, but the larger positioning on put selling is still very far out of the money. Like if you look at put leverage on macro, it's still like it's not like 1 or 2% out of the money even. It's like way the fuck out there. Like the peak of put leverage is, 4.7% out of the money. Maybe like sorry, 5.7% out of the money to 4.9% out of the money. If this like peak of put leverage was closer to spot, VN would be probably significantly more impactful. And that's what we saw in 2024. Like, I actually, you know what? I think I can go back. We can go look at bullish. See how the put leverage is like way closer to the fucking money back here at the start of 2024, with the peak of put leverage being like this is like 2.4% out of the money. 5% is at 5,900. But right now it's between 4.9 and 6.5 is the majority of put selling on the chain currently. Well, across all options markets. Because this isn't just SPX, this is everywhere. We getting ready to bounce? I don't know. They kind of tried that already. It didn't work out. They might try again, but I see a path for us failing to like 62.30, 62.25 ish still. I guess if we wanted to confirm upside, it would be a move back above 62.55, which would have some range out to like 62.70. But between spot and 55, failures could just lead to price pulling right back to the low. That's why I said if we lost 55, we were going to test 40 this morning. Isn't Trump announcing trade deals starting at 12 p.m.? That could do it. Doesn't mean we can't sell off for the next hour, though. I'm sure bullshit trade deals are going to cause market rallies all throughout this week. But then that begs the question: are they going to be favorable trade deals, or are they going to be punitive like Vietnam? Like Vietnam acted in what the administration would consider good faith, and they still got slapped with 20% tariffs. Yeah, I don't think it matters. What if it be deals? There'll be letters. Yeah, that's supposedly what's going on right now. Is that letters are being sent out. Okay, I have a question that's just boggling my mind a little bit with the Epstein thing. And I'm far from the most informed person on this subject, but it's 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 making me curious. If so Epstein was on like suicide watch, right? That's why he was in an independent cell away from the rest of the prison population. But then the DOJ's released footage today that shows 10 hours of nothing happening on the cell block at all. Like nobody enters like the tier that Epstein was in for like 10 hours. Nobody in or out. Right. It's just like footage of a door. But if that's why wasn't somebody supposed to be checking on him like every 30 minutes or like 1 hour? Isn't there like a mandatory time period for going and checking on all of the prisoners that are on suicide watch? Yeah, DOJ said cameras went out. Now there's a full 11-hour tape. But it's just a tape of a door. Like, I could go film a door for 11 hours and be like, here you go. In the army, when you're on watch like that you never leave them alone. Yeah, they're supposed to be monitored continuously. Yeah, film of a door isn't easy to fake. How do we know it's not an AI door? You don't even need AI to do. I mean, the cost of filming a door for 10 hours is probably significantly lower than generating 10 hours of AI footage of a door. How's this for a head scratcher? If there's no Epstein client list, why is Ghislaine Maxwell in prison? Better yet, why is she in prison due to the testimony of a girl who also testified that Trump sexually assaulted her. But Trump's not in prison for that same testimony. Sus. But Epstein didn't have like any family or children to take care of after his passing. So he wouldn't have been able to make a deal with him like that. They're suggesting the government would lie to us. Probably. They may still off themselves in CSUs because they have windows of time to do it. Yeah, no, of course. But people also find out immediately, not 10 hours later. I'm not saying anything, you know. I'm sure the government's version of events is totally true and transparent. I'm just saying it's a head scratcher, you know? Dork, I don't know how many times I have to tell you this. I only care about your coding accomplishments. Your desire to be a hipster baker is not trad dork. There was no tinfoil. I just asked questions. I didn't speculate that there was any kind of conspiracy. Just find it odd, you know? I act like such a white chick when the loaf comes out of the oven. Do you get stuck in the oven when you're getting your loaf out? I'm gonna ask your girlfriend. Is this just a ploy? Did you know Epstein Estates has what is now worth hundreds of millions in Palantir? Nice. Oh no, step dork. Joe Rogan also just asks questions. I'm not sure you want to be in his company. Yeah, but he has stupid questions. It gets even worse. I'm considering milling my own wheat. All right, someone needs to fucking put you in a locked box with a computer only. This is going too far. I'm calling JFresh. Billy Costigan was just asking questions. Oh no, not the VNW line. Whatever will we do if we drop below it? I mean, I'll tell you right now, if we test 22 or 25 or 22, I'm selling some fucking puts. Chances VN acts as resistance. I mean, I guess the market maker's exposure to volatility here is very low. Or at least changes in volatility. Dork, the beauty of our legal arrangement is that you are a Gamma Strike employee while you make bread. Technically, that bread is the property of Gamma Strike. Gamma Strike has not yielded anybody more than $0. Don't worry. Delicious company IP. Are you making the gamma? Are you making the sourdough in a Gamma Strike oven? Lies. It's yielded Gamma Strike $4. Winning. I did see that Upstart was part of leverage ETFs before anyway. But yeah, more now, yes. It's yielded me exactly $9,394 year to date. That's 9 more years of membership. That's pretty good. No, we got a tiny bit of support again. Bot calls 40, looks like. Is that 35? Bot calls at 35 on the test. Yeah, I don't think that's going anywhere. There's still a fuck ton of puts. 40, 45. I should have made money with Gamma Strike this year. What stopped you? Looks like the 40, 35 bot calls taking some profits. Someone's selling some puts at 40. There's some bot calls coming in at 45, 50. So rejected, but also a little bit contested. Big bot calls at 6260 just came in, like 200 contracts. Hmm. I don't know if that's going to be enough to matter. Probably not. The money call's still taking profit. 35 puts being bought a little bit. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say ghosting it would be beneficial. I mean, maybe, but like the risk tolerance has to be really, really tight on something that far out of the money. Some bot calls coming in 45.50, 60.65. So picking up some upside exposure here. No gaps left on the bounce. What test is that on ES? Ooh, that was the prior close at the bottom. 62.83.50. So above 62.89.50 is back above the all-time high. Prior all-time high. Yeah, maybe this bounces here. Or continues to bounce. Gamma falls off to the upside to at least like a 55 test. Doesn't seem totally out of the question. Falls coming down a little bit. .45 still a little bit of resistance. What's up, Nick? Oh shit. Hold on. Oh, I want to look, but I also don't want to lose $10,000. Nuke, of all the things you've done since we first met, this is by far the best use of your time ever. The bottom chart breaks when you try to scale. Which one? The bottom left or bottom right? Oh, okay. Bottom left. This is still sexy as fuck. Just FYI. What? This is fucking hot. No, I can't share with the class. I don't. Not yet. Soon. Ish. Mm, yeah, 50 is going to be resistance too. I wonder if Gamma will change that. What the fuck? That's so cool. Okay, so still bot calls 45.50. Bot puts at 35. Bot puts at the 40 strike, I think, are a fairly significant part of this negative delta here. That we're a little bit pinned to. We got some bot calls at 40 coming in. So slightly in the money. Yeah, bot calls out to 50, but then falls off 55. Trump trade advisor Navarro calls for the Fed board to intervene against Powell's stance. I don't think Navarro understands how the Fed works. Does he know that JPOW is just one vote for their policy? Does he not realize that he is just asking them all to change their votes, but targeting Powell? Weirdly. Nor would anyone in the administration understand how anything works. Valid. Good morning, Seaweed. This is just a continuation of Trump's inevitable power struggle with anybody that has power that is differentiated from his. Yeah, as long as Trump comes out and announces that after we test 5250, I don't care. It was alright. Thanks, Hugh. Do you think he'll write a book titled My Struggle? I don't think Trump's literate enough to write a book. I don't know if I can do that. Or at least I'd have to set something up to be able to just share the right side. It'd be weird. Stephen Miller will ghostwrite it. Just put your hand over the screen. No, I've got to like. I think I'd have to create like a cropped window, but I don't know what to crop it to. So I'd have to play with it a bit off stream. I could probably do it, but I'd have to play with it a little bit. I didn't play with any roaming candles. I did have a sparkler at one point. The lamest of. Oh, and I got a sweet bag of those like little paper things that you throw out against the ground and they pop. How about a screenshot? Yeah, I could do that. Hmm. Ball's staying a little bit elevated here. Um, well, there's still 15 minutes before he starts speaking or whatever. Still a little bit below the all-time high. Retesting the prior close here on ES. Or, well, very close. Like 1 point away from retesting it. Hmm. There's still some bot puts here, 40, 35. Bot calls 45, 50. Some bot puts came in at 50. A little bit on the rejection, but there's not very many of them. Doesn't seem to be any significant put selling near spot. But puts could take profit on the second drop, so be cautious. This could still bounce. I think there's still some incentive to sell vol here below the expected move. Ooh, wee. Under VN. Volatility didn't actually pick up that much on that drop. Trend support for ES is around 62, 78, 75. But we did fall below the prior close. U.S. Treasury 3 and 6 month bill auctions face a technical issue. What's that? Hmm. Was the technical issue no one wants to buy them? Technically, they're worthless. Dave, what's up, dude? How are things going, man? Dork, we've been over this. God. Hmm. Some call buying at the money. Still some bot puts here at 35. Call buying to the upside. 40, 45, 50. Small. Small positions. All buying to the upside's picking up a little. No, nothing on the economic calendar, but a bunch of trade deal shit has the potential to move things around quite a bit. A little bit of profit taking on the 40 puts. Not so much the 35s just yet. The problem is the holdouts are literally everyone. Trump's supposed to be speaking on trade deals in about 5 minutes, supposedly. Ooh, is Powell live right now? There's a little bit of capitulation.
What will happen with really the tariff inflation. And there's a lot of uncertainty about that. Every forecaster you can name who is a professional forecaster with adequate resources and forecasts for a living is forecasting a pretty significant. Everyone that I know is forecasting a meaningful increase in inflation in coming months.
This is old, I
from
think.
tariffs because
I think that's old. More bot calls coming in at 45. 30 and 35 puts capitulating. 40 puts capitulating a little bit. Could continue to get a nice reversal off this. Left a little gap back at 35.51. Yeah, still has about 3 points to go to the upside to get any kind of reversal or confirmation. Is it intraday volume for MS2? I can't check that. Still some bot calls at 45. Still big delta at 40. Hard to push above 40 here. Gonna need bulls to reposition here to push higher. They're gonna have to leverage up. Some of the 40 puts and 45 puts closing. Still calls being bought at 45. No big out of the money volumes just yet. ES has a breakout above the 5-minute trend. But still not a breakout on the 15-minute time frame. Still needs to push above 62.89.50. But testing it. Pushed up a little bit above it. Okay, so yes, back above the prior all-time high. Next levels like 62.90.75 and then 62.92.50. Bot calls at 45, picking up quite a lot. Still not a ton of bot calls at 50 though. So this could get rejected on the tests with the delta flip. Maybe before. As long as profit taking isn't too bad here, bulls can continue to lever up. and try to squeeze out the rest of the 40-45 puts. Because, like, 55 is the bigger upside resistance. Gamma exposure is pretty slim, 45-50. Yeah, no intraday live data for MSTR yet. U is at Gamma Max, but looks like it could push up to 29. Maybe a chance for Pickle's fix if it does. Yeah, might be worth selling some spreads on at some point. I actually saw that last night. Seemed a little early. What's up, Kevin? Is Trump talking yet? I don't know. I don't think so. Levitt's holding a press conference? Maybe? Not yet, though. ES is still struggling with that prior all-time high, but it looks like it's finding some support. Some more puts being sold. Yeah, I think bulls might try to lever up a little bit more here. So many fucking bot calls at 45. If they can get those 45s in the money, like we can probably pressure 50. Gamma 45-50 is pretty flat, so this range shouldn't be hard to move through. Testing 55 does look a little bit harder, though. Uh, Charm above 50, slightly supportive. Yeah, above 47, Gamma moves positive really fucking fast. Wonder if that would be a bit squeezy. New local high on SPX. Puts at 40.45 still closing. Some of the 50 puts closing. Uh, Still haven't gotten this 45s in the money yet. Close. Gamma flip to the upside is definitely the more bullish signal. ES is still holding on to support a little bit at the prior all-time high. We need a tiny pullback. Suck. Support here at 40 would still be bullish. Some short puts coming in. Some tariffs are happening, some are pushed. We don't know what. Nothing on the White House YouTube channel. Thanks for checking. Yeah, we know. I saw the technical issue thing from earlier. That was at 11:30. Yeah, starting to push back up to the 289 level. Hmm. Kind of a low volume bounce so far, though. Left a gap at 62.41.62, so literally right below spot. And there's a gap down here as well. 35 on the bounce. Forty, I think like 40, 43, 47 is kind of what matters here. Someone bought a bunch of calls at 62.25 in the money. Mm-hmm. Do you think they could get to 62.60 today? Uh, yeah, I mean, it's not impossible. Just, just this resistance really standing in the way of like a 55 or 57, 58 test. So we can push up above the gamma flip, yeah. I think they could run it out to 60. At least the capitulation and bearish positioning would probably drive enough momentum to tap that. You think they could get 62.45 today? That's the real question. Mr. Beast has planted 23 million trees. When are you planting 23 million cucumbers? Already did it. Well, we filled the downside gap at 35. Fuck was that? News? Is Trump tweeting again? $25% tariffs on Japan. Ooh, that's not good. Should I sell pets here? Is it just greedy? Hmm. South Korea and Japan. Effective August 1st. Interesting. Mm, there's the 6215 test for SPX. That's the technical support. Trump says if Japan raises tariffs, they will be added to the 25% levy. Okay, so he's walking it back now. I'm glad I sold a put. Well, there's going to be some desire to take profits here, and we're well beyond the market maker's expected move for the day, so someone's going to want to sell puts. 62.25 calls coming in. There's still a bunch of 62.45 calls that got burned. Yeah, interesting. Is that walking it back? It sounds like he's saying we'll do what we did to China. Well, he's threatening them if they don't comply. But I don't think the market gives a shit if the tariff rate isn't set in stone. Largely. I mean, or at least we haven't seen any evidence of the market giving a shit so far. Uh, Remember the United States didn't act like we hate our allies and love Russia? I do, yeah. Higher low. Forming here. Where does this put? Yes. This is, I assume, resistance. Yeah, major resistance still at 40, but 50 looks a little less. Some resistance here at the 30 test, not a lot. I think bulls can still pretty easily push for some mean reversion here. 35, 40, 45 puts haven't gotten shaken off yet. Yeah, if this gets out above like 32, Gamma's gonna fall off really quickly to the upside. Bulls might be able to like fully reverse the decline. They're still selling the fuck out of puts down here. You hear this new term Gen Z is using called micro retirement? It's when every 12 to 18 months you take 2 weeks off. Gen Z is regarded time off. Ridiculous. Isn't that a vacation? Yeah. Taco. A little bit of rejection on it, yes, but yes gets a little bit more bullish above 62.80, which is right around where I would expect SPX to get more bullish too, above like 32. Right now, bears seem to be holding the line at 30 a little bit. Although, still a lot of short puts coming in. Got a lot of bot calls in the money on the drop. And sold puts at 15 and 10, 20 and 25. Some puts shedding at 30. Some at 35. But the 40 and 45 puts are still not deterred. At least they're not shaking off very hard. I think continued upside burns the bot puts at 62.25 though. Generally, I mean, shorting a hard drop like this, super super hard, piling into shorts here with positive gamma, like very positive, still very positive gamma, is not a recipe for bears winning. Yeah, I would say more often than not, they tend to get squeezed back out. Up above 30. It's the V setup. Yeah. A little trickier, maybe, with Vega neutral being like at the money, but I'm still pretty sure bulls are willing to sell most of the puts below 62.40. And they'll be more willing to sell them on this bounce if this continues up. They'll be like far more willing to sell the 30, 35, and 40 puts than they were earlier. Especially with like a solid base of sold puts now now at like 62, 20, 15, and 10. Like they sold a fuck ton of those puts on this drop. Thousands of them. This is definitely one of those instances where the expected move matters a lot. Yeah, I think right here, like 32, 33, it's probably make or break for the Bulls. If they can get up above this, they can probably keep pushing out higher. And I don't think this is particularly strong resistance. Just very slippery. So if bulls capitulate anywhere in here or take profit, this can fall back to 25 very quickly. But as long as they don't do that and they continue to sell puts and buy calls, they can keep driving it up. Yes, tested 80. A little bit of a rejection. It didn't last long. SPX above 33. It's a fine line between bearish consolidation and bullish reversal. Uh, Slip back under 30. Some profit taking. Hmm. Still some buyers coming in here. Hmm. We left a little gap at 28 on the bounce here, right here. I think it's bullish if that gap doesn't fill. Oh, I think it just did. Maybe? Oh no, it didn't. Can you describe that fine line based on just positioning? Well, if we get out above 63.33, gamma starts to fall off really quickly. And so that bearish consolidation push starts to turn into a reversal as bears start to shed positioning and get squeezed out of it. So far, that hasn't happened. We filled the downside gap here, which isn't looking great. I think not filling that would have been a little bit more bullish. But bulls may lever back up higher around this like 25 mark. Yeah, downside gap. So it's like the trend failure. Let me probably see if we retest the trend and if that breaks out. Retesting the trend would put spot above 63.33. So, Actually, retesting the trend would put spot at what? 36 to 38. Hmm. Ooh. Someone's buying the 20 call. Bob puts a 25er in the money now again. Save earlier 62.45 calls. Yeah, I mean, also protect the massive amount of sold puts they sold under 25. I feel like that's probably going to be pretty important for them as well. Like they sold the fuck out of all these like downside puts. All of these. It's not less likely yet. A higher low here still pushes back up to another 33 test. And like a higher low here would also mean that upside resistance falls off. Because it'll drive more profit taking on the bearish positioning. Although if this fails and squeezes back into the sold puts, that's probably pretty bad. I guess that would be like under 20. They're not going to sell as many puts on a second test. And some of this failure is profit taking too, so the bullish positioning weakened here. We'll see if it rebuilds here. The bearish positioning hasn't really moved much. Still mostly just bought puts at 62.25. Hmm. Gamma falls off to the upside now. Bulls are levering back up a little bit. Bought some more 205, 210, 215 calls in the money. Looks like they're buying some 25, 30, 35, and 40 calls also. Small numbers still. They're selling the lower range now. 195, 200, 205. Selling a few puts, 220, 15, and 25, but not a lot of them yet. I think the 225s are probably bought puts taking profit on the retest. It's 1 o'clock. Yields at the top end of the curve moving up. Hey, dollar is up. Hmm. Where to confirm failure? I guess the low. Slightly higher high on vol here. I wonder if that's going to lead to more put selling. Some bot puts down at 6,200. Still a bunch of bot calls at 35 forward, 35 and 50. Sold puts at 20, 30. There's still about 1,500 puts left at 225 that are in the money. Still puts at 20 are growing. Still selling puts at 15 and 10. 27 and 33 to the upside to confirm. Loss of 215 to the downside to confirm. A push down to 6,200, it looks like. 6,205. Yeah, that happens. Levitt conference live soon. I find it hard to believe bulls won't try to use this as an opportunity to lever up and push the bears off. Despite the slight disadvantage of being below 225. Seems smarter to do it ahead of the conference than during it. Some put buying picking up at 15. 62. Is that just Windows? calls being bought at 30 and 35.
Peter. I saw the fuchsia. I just like out the corner of my eye. It's all about the fuchsia.
What's happening
Fed paper flags ongoing risk of hitting zero rates and uncertain outlook. Hmm. Does Trump hate aquaculture and corals? I don't know. What calls did you buy? More bot puts coming in. Still bot calls at 20. But bot puts 25. Starting to get a few bot puts at 15. 10. Not big numbers, but Holy shit, this is boring. Well, the upside delta, or well, like all the negative delta at and just slightly above spot makes the upside kind of squeezy. If the bearish positioning gets shaken off. It's a big F. Hmm. Above 20 is slightly better for bulls, but not a lot. Mostly just gets them away from some of their sold puts. So we'll at least stop getting capitulation on the 10 and the 15 and shit. Don't know if that means they'll sell more of them. Probably not unless we get above 25. Lower high on the, or a higher low on the 15-minute. Yeah, the blonde one. What's the funniest trade deal you foresee coming out of this week? I don't know yet. I don't know how relations are going to go with the Penguins, but that could be interesting. Imagine if the reciprocal tariffs stay in place against the Penguins. You still think Levitt will snap? Yeah, I think. Well, I think she's getting closer and closer to snapping. Ooh, 25 puts out of the money. That's somewhat important, maybe. Still dog shit volume on the futures bounce. Stream keeps buffering and falling behind live. Shouldn't be. Everything looks good on my end. Alright. It's just AJ's shitty Canadian internet. Remember 2733. It's probably YouTube being garbage. Yeah, that's a distinct possibility too. Mm. I don't see any positioning changing much here. Bulls are getting like a slow push up due to having a higher degree of leverage near spot, but it's not like they're buying big out of the money yet or anything like that. Above 27, we might see some, like now that we're pushing up, we might see a little bit more put selling. I'm not sure if we're going to see call buying though. I'd say if we see call buying, it's going to be above 33.
And John, same as every White House briefing, there are things that they want to talk about and things that they have to talk about when they eventually open this door again. The things that they have to talk about will, of course, be the president's response to the deadly flash flooding over the weekend in Texas. He has said he wants to go down there maybe Friday. We expect more details on that. The things that they want to talk about, just in the last couple minutes, the White House has started releasing these long-promised letters detailing tariff rates that are going to be going against trading partners. They're saying 25% now for the Japanese, 25% for the Republic of Korea, South Korea. Those will go into effect on August 1st. Something else that's happening today, and the reason that all the roads around the White House are closed, Benjamin Netanyahu is going to be here talking to President Trump in private. President Trump is saying that he thinks not only can they figure out the final stages of a peace deal for ending the war in Gaza, the president thinks that the strikes on the nuclear facilities in Iran have Iran now ready to negotiate some kind of a permanent deal. We don't know what kind of a permanent deal President Trump thinks he can get, but if only there was some way to find out. We should have Caroline Levitt out here anyway. John.
Was the bad audio AT&T's fault? I would assume.
Yeah.
All smoke, no mirrors.
Did you have to work here late on Friday? Yeah, me neither.
It's gonna feel nice to sit down every once in a while.
I think it's not that the Fed is targeting zero rates, but the potential for falling to zero rates due to inflationary trends is a substantial risk in the medium to long term. Does zero rate mean cheaper mortgage loans? Generally. But I don't think rates at the high end of the curve are going to fall to zero. Not for a very long time. Or anywhere near zero, for that matter. Testing 30 here. So we cleared 27. 33 is the next upside target. Breakout at 33, slightly bullish. Again, be cautious of profit taking from the bulls, as it can continue to rug this as long as we're in a negative gamma environment on the 0 DT. Any significant change? Got more bot calls at 2025. Some calls coming in at 30, 35. 40, 45, still not too many, but a lot of bot calls out at 62.50. We need to break. Yeah, we need to break out above 33 to squeeze off the bearish positioning to the upside. But if enough momentum is gained, it can definitely be squeezed. It's a lot of negative delta, so if any of this delta falls out of the money, it's going to push the cover bid as gamma moves towards positive and MM buying. So, despite the kind of bearish news and the intraday drop, the upside is a little bit squeezy. ES is broken out back above its like 5-minute trend. But still remains below the 15-minute trend. Lots of gaps right here at spot 27. 29 just filled. There's a gap back at 22. I wish the bearish news would happen. Reiterated reciprocal tariff rates against South Korea and Japan that we already knew about. So nothing. Well, there's basically see Japan and Korea's reciprocal rates from April 2nd will kick back in unless they come to a deal. And the White House has been threatening that for weeks. CNBC reporter. Yeah, like I said, taco. Still very much taco.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all had a great weekend. I want to start by addressing the devastation from the tragic flash floods in Texas. Moments ago, the Department of Homeland Security provided an update that 91 innocent souls have now perished. Everyone here at the White House, including the President of the United States, is praying for the victims' families and friends during this unimaginable time. President Trump swiftly signed a major disaster declaration for Kerr County, Texas, to ensure our heroic first responders have every resource they need in the relief and recovery efforts. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem traveled to Texas over the weekend, and the entire Trump administration is working hand in glove with state and local officials to provide.
These floods never would have happened if Trump was president.
Remains dangerous, and there could be additional public safety threats with potential incoming heavy rain. So we encourage everyone in the area to remain vigilant, listen to all warnings, and respond accordingly. Unfortunately, in the wake of this once-in-a-generation natural disaster, we have seen many falsehoods pushed by Democrats such as Senator Chuck Schumer and some members of the media. Blaming President Trump for these floods is a depraved lie, and it serves no purpose during this time of national mourning. Here are the facts. In the lead up to this tragic natural disaster, the National Weather Service did its job. Despite unprecedented rainfall, the National Weather Service executed timely and precise forecasts and warnings. On July 3rd, the National Weather Service office in Austin, San Antonio, Texas, conducted forecast briefings for emergency management in the morning and issued a flood watch in the early afternoon. Flash flood warnings were also issued on the night of July 3rd and in the early morning of July 4th, giving preliminary lead times of more than 3 hours before flash flooding conditions occurred. And the National Weather Service office in New Braunfels, which delivers forecasts for Austin, San Antonio, and the surrounding areas, had extra staff on duty during the storms, despite claims of the contrary. So to any person who has deliberately lied about these facts surrounding this catastrophic event, you should be deeply ashamed. At this time, the administration's focus will be giving the victims and their communities the support
Lost 27 again.
during these recovery efforts in this tragic time. May God bless the great people of Texas, especially the parents who have lost their children. President Trump loves you. We are praying for you, and he will be traveling to see you later this week. Moving along to some further scheduling announcements. Tonight, President Trump will host the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, for dinner, where they will discuss the positive developments taking place in the Middle East region. Tomorrow, the President will host his 6th cabinet meeting of his second term. Many of you will be invited to cover that. And on Wednesday, the president will host leaders from 5 African nations for lunch in the state dining room. In other news, after the historic signing on the South Lawn of the White House on the 4th of July, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill is now the law of the land. Republicans in Congress met
22
the
gap to the
once-in-a-generation
downside
moment and
didn't fill.
codified the Make America Great Again agenda.
There's still a
into
gap
law.
right here.
After this monumental achievement, no other president in modern history has worked harder and faster to fulfill their campaign promises than Donald Trump.
Not there yet.
The One Big Beautiful Bill will get the United States of America firing again on all cylinders. It's safe to say that over the past few weeks, the president has delivered on many, many wins. For the 4th month in a row, jobs numbers beat market expectations with nearly 150,000 good jobs created in the month of June. The American economy has now added nearly 700,000 jobs since January 2025, with American-born workers accounting for all job gains. President Trump drove illegal border crossings to another historic low in the month of June, and Border Patrol once again released 0 illegal aliens into our country. The Supreme Court stopped activist judges from imposing nationwide injunctions and cleared the way for President Trump to carry out his popular and common sense agenda. The University of Pennsylvania agreed to all of the Trump administration's demands and will now keep men out of women's sports. President Trump secured a trade deal with Vietnam, giving the United States total access to their markets. Because of President Trump's unleashing American energy dominance, gas prices are at 4-year lows. And when adjusted for inflation, gas prices are near the lowest levels we've seen in the last 20 years. NATO members agreed to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP, a foreign policy feat long thought impossible until President Trump made it happen. The Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities, taking out this imminent national security threat not just to the United States, but to the entire world. The president secured a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, ending the 12-day war. The president brokered a historic peace agreement between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Pakistan nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize in recognition of his decisive diplomatic intervention to prevent a nuclear war between India and Pakistan. Blue-collar wage growth has seen its largest increase in nearly 60 years, and President Trump has defeated Joe Biden's inflation crisis with core inflation at the lowest level since March of 2021. And just about all of that has happened in the last 3 weeks, and I know you all know it because you've been very busy here covering it along with us. So with that, I will take your questions today as we kick off another very busy week here at the White House. We'll lead with our new media seat, Brian Glenn, who is, of course, very present in this briefing room. He's put in a lot of hours covering this president, so we're glad you finally have a seat today. Brian, go ahead.
It feels great to sit down. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I want to go back to the hurricane. You said that President Trump is scheduled to go to Texas later this week. Can you speculate on what day and what he has plans?
Sure. The White House is currently arranging those travel plans. We hope that it will be later this week, likely on Friday, but of course we want to do it at the most appropriate time on the ground for state and local officials. We don't want to interrupt the recovery efforts, but we're planning tentatively for a Friday trip, and when that becomes final, we'll let all of you know, as we always do.
And you gave a little bit of reaction earlier, but the National Weather Service, the union, actually publicly stated they had an adequate staff on hand to forecast and predict the storm. You shared your thoughts earlier on how the way the left has really weaponized this to blame the deaths in Texas on Trump. Want to comment on that again?
Yeah, I just do think those comments are depraved and despicable, especially when so many Americans are mourning the loss of their children. The National Weather Service, as I said, did its job. Many experts, many meteorologists have said that. Many of you in the media, in all fairness, have said that as well. Unfortunately, not all. And many Democrat elected officials are trying to turn this into a political game, and it is not. This is a national tragedy, and the administration is treating it as such. We know the National Weather Service provided early and consistent warnings. They gave out timely flash flood alerts. There were record-breaking lead times
lead
up to this catastrophe. There is ongoing flood monitoring, and these offices were well-staffed. In fact, one of the offices was actually overstaffed. They had more people than they need. So any claim to the contrary is completely false, and it's just sad that people are pushing these lies.
Can I just get one more?
Sure.
Kind of a little bit of breaking news. The Department of Homeland Security is moving to end the TPS status on Honduran and Nicaraguan migrants.
Yes.
Any plans to adding additional countries that you could be targeting? Just a reaction.
Sure. Well, I won't get ahead of the Department of Homeland Security on additional countries, but as you pointed out, they did end temporary protective status for Nicaraguans and Hondurans in this country because TPS, temporary protective status, is temporary by definition. It is not meant to be a permanent path to residency or citizenship here in the United States of America. It was originally granted to Nicaraguans following a natural disaster in 1999. That doesn't sound very temporary to me. And as well as Hondurans in 1999 after the impact of Hurricane Mitch in 1998.
Bot calls in the money all the way up to 225. Out of the money 35 and 50. There's some bot puts at 25 still holding this up that haven't gotten shaken off yet. Although some of them did with the bounce. We'll see if bulls lever up here.
Said yesterday that countries will boomerang back to the April 2nd tariff level starting August 1st. Why did the president decide to have those tariffs not take effect Wednesday as originally scheduled? And then I was also wondering if you could share, obviously we saw the letters the president sent out on Japan and South Korea, but if any other major U.S. trading partners are getting letters today.
Sure, yes, I can confirm. In fact, I have those letters. If you could get me the folder with the letters in them, Liz, they're right in the previous office. I have the signed letters that went out to both South Korea and Japan today. And there will be approximately 12 other countries that will receive notifications and letters directly from the President of the United States. And weeks ago, I stood at this podium and I told all of you that the President was going to create tailor-made trade plans for each and every country on this planet. And that's what this administration continues to be focused on. The President will also sign an executive order today delaying the July 9th deadline to August 1st. So the reciprocal tariff rate or these new rates that will be provided in this correspondence to these foreign leaders will be going out the door within the next month, or deals will be made. And those countries continue to negotiate with the United States. We've seen a lot of positive developments in the right direction, but the administration, the president, and his trade team want to cut the best
back up
deals
through
for the
27
American people and the American worker. That's what they're focused on. And in the effort of transparency, these letters will continue to be posted to Truth Social, so you can enjoy them yourself. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Just about the visit of Prime Minister Netanyahu today, I was just wondering why that is not open to the press. Previous visits by him, we've had Oval Office press conferences. Does that reflect somehow the kind of sensitivity of this particular visit?
No, they're having a private dinner. There's many important matters that are obviously ongoing in the region, as you know. The utmost priority for the president right now in the Middle East is to end the war in Gaza and to return all of the hostages. Also, as you know, there was a ceasefire proposal that Israel supports that was sent to Hamas, and we hope that they will agree to this proposal. We want to see all of the hostages released. That's on the top of the president's mind, so that will be discussed, as well as the many other positive developments we've seen in the Middle East. I want to go back to the trade deals. As you see, we have these beautiful letters that the president has signed. This one is to the President of the Republic of Korea, original signature on that, and these will be mailed. And then here we also have another letter to the Prime Minister of Japan as well. Both countries will be receiving a 25% tariff rate effective on August 1st. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. You said it, and the president said it many times, you want to see an end to the war in Gaza. Will he give guarantees during this 60-day period of ceasefire that actually the war will end? Because this is a sticking point with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I'm wondering if they see eye to eye on this point. And
25 puts back in the money.
What the next year in Gaza will look like.
Look, right now the president is focused on
There's a lot of bot calls
and,
here.
and to get the Hamas to agree to this.
I don't know how
ceasefire.
long
I don't
the
wanna comment on
downside
details
lasts.
Of the arrangement out of respect for these negotiations, but a agreeable and appropriate ceasefire proposal has been sent to Hamas. And I can also tell you Special Envoy Witkoff intends to travel to Doha later this week, where he will continue to engage in these discussions. And the Qataris and the Egyptians have been incredibly helpful partners in mediating these negotiations and discussions to bring peace to this region and end this conflict once and for all.
Kristen. Two questions. Thank you, Caroline. Sure. The first question is President Trump reconsidering his plan to phase out FEMA given...
There's calls, bot calls all the way out to 50. But most of the calls that came in on this, rip, were, 62, 10, 15, and 20, and 25.
And the
So
president
in the
said
money?
he wants states to do as much as they can, if not more. And in the case of Texas, the state and local officials are doing a tremendous job. And I know the president, Secretary Noem, and the federal government are very proud to be working with them. And the president has promised to give Texas the assistance that they need during this tragic time.
Just one follow-up on cuts overall. Over the weekend, President Trump said that Elon Musk was a train wreck. Are there, given this current viewpoint, are there concerns within the White House or from the president himself over the cuts that happened under Musk while he was advising DOGE, including the National Weather Service?
I think I've already addressed that, Kristen, and what I can tell you is that these offices were fully staffed. The San Angelo office was fully staffed with 12 forecast meteorologists. There were no vacancies. The San Antonio offices
drop is
operating
actually
with
kind of
11
weird.
Forecasters. And as Brian said, the union themselves said
I assume
that
it's still being driven by the
staffing.
profit
So I think
taking
those
on
words speak for
futures
themselves, and
after the
numbers
upside
speak
test.
for themselves. This was a once-in-a-century
But it's
flash
still
flood,
a little
tragic
higher
natural
low.
disaster, and the administration is doing all that we can on the ground to help these families during this time of need. Jeff.
Thanks very much, Caroline. Just following up on Kristen's question, is it still the president's plan to phase FEMA out by the end of this year?
I just answered Kristen's question for you.
One more, hold on, one more.
Sure, I'll give it to you. Go ahead.
The follow-up on trade as well. 12 more letters coming, you said. Can you give us a sense of which countries those are?
I'll let the president reveal those in very due time. Keep your eyes on Truth Social. Michael, in the back.
Thank you, Caroline. An armed shooter today was shot in McAllen, Texas, after opening fire on Border Patrol agents. Comes just days after Democratic Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal recently said she gets, quote, inspired when activists obstruct ICE. Does the White House expect Democrats to tone down their rhetoric in light of what we saw today in McAllen, Texas?
We certainly call on Democrats to tone down their rhetoric against ICE and Border Patrol agents who, again, are everyday men and women. I would encourage AOC and other Democrats to actually meet with the United States Border Patrol. These are honorable Americans who are just simply trying
Why
to
are
do
they
their job
wearing
to enforce
masks?
the law. They go home to their families every night just like we all do, and they deserve respect and dignity for trying to enforce our nation's immigration laws and to remove public safety threats from our communities. The White House is aware of the shooting that took place.
COVID.
And we are working with the appropriate federal agencies to get to the bottom of what happened.
Caroline, the DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable, and I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the President's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death. And they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that. That's transparency.
Follow up on that,
Sure.
Caroline. Okay, so the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox
I've
News.
got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars.
In the money
have an
bot calls
operation
are
going
still
on
in
right now called
place.
Summer Heat, which has our murder rate trending in the lowest direction in United States history. Their emphasis on violent crime and locking up violent criminals has led to the arrest of 14,000 violent criminals. That's a 62% increase from the same time period last year. So this Attorney General and the FBI Director are committed to putting bad people behind bars where they belong. They promised an exhaustive review. That's what they did. For any further details, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
Okay.
Thanks, Caroline. With Prime Minister Netanyahu visiting the White House today, yesterday the president said that he was working on a more permanent deal with Iran, but several days ago he didn't think one was necessary. What changed?
Well, when you asked me about this, or when you all asked me about this several weeks ago, I said the president thought maybe an Iran deal was not necessary, but of course the president is always interested in peace and diplomacy. That remains true, and the administration continues to be in contact, both directly and indirectly, with the Iranians on a deal.
And then on tariffs, you're now delaying the deadline from July 9th to August 1st. Is that an acknowledgement that perhaps the administration found it more difficult to negotiate these trade deals, or whatever happened to 90 deals in 90 days?
No, it's an acknowledgement that this administration is doing what's best for the American worker, and we want the best deals possible for our workers, for our manufacturing base, for our middle class, and they are doing this deliberately and appropriately on behalf of our country's interests. Josh.
Thank you. A couple more on the tariffs. You said about 12 more letters. There were about 55 or so countries, including the EU as a bloc, that were facing this tariff increase. All of those, to understand you correctly, are now deferred to August 1st, right?
Correct.
And on the 12, what happens with the remaining, whatever it would be, 40 something?
So just 12 today. There will be additional letters in the coming days.
So all of them are going to get a letter at some point?
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell me why he decided to start with South Korea and Japan? Are they annoying him?
It's the president's prerogative, and those are the countries he chose.
And on the sectoral tariffs, it's our understanding that these continue to be a separate track. We're still waiting on a bunch of those.
That's
Can
right.
you give us any timing update on when he's going to move on, for instance, semiconductor tariffs and other things that are still in the hopper?
I don't have a timing update, but for where they are in the process, I would defer you to the Department of Commerce.
Should we expect deals finally as well? He announced this Vietnam deal. Are you close on any other countries?
The president and the administration, yes, we are close. But again, the president wants to ensure these are the best deals possible. And I would add just one more thing on trade and tariffs to wrap it up. Look at the extensive work this president has put into cutting these good deals and doing what's right for the American worker. He is literally looking at the map and looking at every country on the planet and seeing where they are ripping off the American people, seeing where they have hollowed out our industrial base, seeing where our jobs have gone to other countries overseas because of their tariff policies, and he's trying to correct that. So this is decades of bad trade policy that has led to a deficit that is ravaging our country, that is ravaging our middle class.
Triple
The president
bottom.
is taking a very deliberate approach to correcting this wrong of many decades, of many past presidents. And so I think he should be commended for the time and the effort that he is putting into this. And the fact that he has announced a framework with China, a trade deal with the United Kingdom, a trade deal with Vietnam, and many others to come in just a matter of 6 months is truly historic, and it's a testament to this president and his trade team who are working around the clock to get this done. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Two questions on Iran. What's the permanent deal with Iran looks like for the president, and what issues related to Iran should it cover? And secondly, has the president seen the interview with Iranian president, which he says that the United States president, Mr. Trump, is capable enough to guide the regions toward a peace and a brighter future, and put Israel in its place, or it gets more into conflict? Has the president seen these comments, and what's his reaction to these comments?
I'm not sure if he's seen those comments, but certainly I think it's true that the president is the right man for the job to move the direction, this region into the direction of peace and stability for the future. That's what he and his national security team are working on every day, and we've already seen historic achievements in that direction. Go ahead. In the back. Kelly, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank
Sure.
you.
And then in front of you.
Okay, couple questions for you. First,
Y'all need name tags signed.
First question on the flooding in Texas. I know there has been some concern about the timing of the alerts, knowing that they did go out, but the warnings coming out in the wee hours, so while many people were likely sleeping. Can you share just details what you know about why those warnings were sent while people were likely sleeping, and then what the administration is doing to ensure that these alerts come out sooner?
Well, the alerts imminently were sent out before the flood when people were sleeping, because the flood hit in the very early hours of the morning. So people were sleeping in the middle of the night when this flood came. That was an act of God. It's not the administration's fault that the flood hit when it did. But there were early and consistent warnings. And again, the National Weather Service did its job. On July 2nd, there were initial notices of potential weather and flooding risks were issued. On July 3rd, escalating warnings throughout the day with a flood watch issued at 1:18 p.m. And then later at 6:10 p.m. on July 3rd, the Weather Prediction Center warned of excessive rainfall and a high likelihood of
Did you just
flash
blame
flooding.
Republican Jesus for the
6:22
flood?
p.m.
I
July
think
3rd,
so.
National Weather Center issued a hydraulic warning, highlighting considerable flooding risks, including in Caryville County. And then there were the timely flash flood alerts at 11:41 p.m., 1:14 a.m., and then another flash flood emergency warning issued at 4:03 a.m. just before the flood hit. So those were all of the warnings that went out to the affected area and region. Go ahead.
Question on education funding
Go ahead.
for
Thank you
states
very
and
much. I
local
appreciate it,
districts.
Caroline. Two questions for you related to the Prime Minister's visit today. Number one, there's a report circulating that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation provided a proposal to the White House to build these so-called humanitarian transit areas inside and outside of Gaza. The GHF is insistent it has nothing to do with that proposal. Can you shed any light on whether the White House has received such a proposal, and if so, from whom?
I'm unaware if a proposal from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was sent to the White House. I haven't seen it, but I can ask our National Security Council.
And also a document circulating that the White House is prepared to lift the Foreign Terrorist Organization designation from HTS, the group of President al-Shara in Syria. Can you confirm that that's taking place?
Again, I haven't heard that, or I'm not aware of that action taking place. As you know, we did lift particular sanctions on Syria, but we did leave them on for particular terrorist groups. If that has changed, we will, of course, let you know if there's a change in policy, but I'm unaware of one at this time. Sure, go ahead.
Me? Hi, Caroline. Thank you. Ahead of
And then you can go too, since you're so eager.
ahead of the president's meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, is there a scenario where Israel has made it clear that they will not bring an end to this war until Hamas is decimated? And the president just 5 months ago suggested a potential takeover of Gaza. Is there a situation where tonight the two men will change their posture, and in the scenario that Hamas turns over the remaining hostages, that the war could come to a permanent end, and that they will seek that under that scenario that they would essentially try to bring this war to a permanent end beyond just that 60-day ceasefire?
Again, you're putting a hypothetical situation in the air, so I don't want to comment on that out of respect for these ongoing negotiations and discussions that are taking place. But as for the takeover of Gaza, I don't believe the president ever said that. I think he discussed a
Puts are still
rebuilding
being
of
bought
Gaza
on
once this
upside
war is over.
moves.
This has become an uninhabitable place for human beings. And the
I don't know if that
president has a
means
big
bulls
heart. He
are
wants
gonna
this to be
cede
a
ground here.
prosperous, safe part of the region where people and
There is
families can
selling
thrive, and
in the
there will be
money, so some
need for a
profit
real
taking
rebuilding
on the
effort
bot puts
when
at
the time
like
comes, but right now we need to end
25,
this war,
35.
and we need to bring all of the hostages home. The president is adamant about that.
The war tonight?
Look, again, I will let the president speak for himself later if he decides to comment on the details of the agreement, but out of respect for the discussions, I won't do that from the podium. Go ahead.
So Congressman Lawler and Gottheimer have introduced a bill in Congress, the Bunker Buster Act, that would allow the United States to sell B-2 bombers and bunker buster bombs to Israel. Is that something the president would support?
Well, I don't know if the president's aware of the Bunker Buster Act, but I will ask him and see what his opinion on that is. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. Building off of the question earlier about the shooter in Texas who targeted ICE, Axios reported today, I believe, that Democrat lawmakers were saying their constituents are calling on them to be more violent when they go to ICE facilities, including, I believe, they want them to shed blood, and that they said that Democrat lawmakers should be willing to get shot themselves. Can you respond to that, and do you have concerns that any of these lawmakers might act on the wishes of their constituents?
It's hard to believe anyone with morals in this country or decency would say such a thing. Obviously, the White House condemns that rhetoric, and we condemn violence of any kind. This administration is simply trying to enforce our laws, and we must be a nation of law and order. You cannot simply waltz across our border and live here illegally and expect to stay. We are going to enforce our nation's laws, and the men and women who are doing that are doing so in a respectful way. They are doing so within the confines of the law, and they are just trying to do their jobs. And we condemn any violence or any calls for violence of any kind against any American. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to ask you if...
I was not calling on you, but you can go ahead. It's fine. There's a lot of people in here today.
President Trump
Sure.
already saw the letter that the Colombian President Gustavo Petro sent him, apologizing for his comments a few weeks ago, suggesting that there was an involvement from the U.S. government in an alleged coup d'etat in Colombia. And Secretary Rubio recalled the U.S. Chargé d'Affaires in Colombia Did President Trump saw that letter, and what do you think about the comments from President Petro suggesting that the U.S. has some kind of involvement in a coup?
I'm not sure if the president has seen that letter, but I can check with him in the National Security Council. We will get you a response if you follow up with my team. We will find out for you.
Caroline?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
Iris, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. On two topics. First,
I
on
love how
tariffs.
excited everyone is on Monday. Yes, Raquel, you can go after.
On two topics. First, tariffs. The president announced last night that any countries aligning themselves with the anti-American policies of BRICS will be charged with an additional 10% tariff. Can you tell us more details on that? What specific policies is the president talking about here? What policies should countries stay away from to avoid being subject to additional tariffs?
Sure. Well, the president feels, generally speaking, that BRICS is seeking to undermine the interests of the United States. It's the president's utmost responsibility to put the interests of the United States first. That's how he views his job as president. So he's going to ensure that America is fairly treated on the world stage, and he'll take any action necessary to prevent countries from taking advantage of the United States and our people. Raquel, go ahead.
On illegal immigrants, Register Tom Homan told us this morning that ICE will have to arrest 7,000 illegal immigrants every day for the remainder of this administration to just catch the ones that were let in during the last administration. I'm wondering what the new resources and manpower, of course, given by the Big Beautiful Bill, which of course opens the door for ICE to hire additional 10,000 agents and officers. What's the administration's expectations now for daily arrest numbers going forward in the upcoming months?
Sure. I'll let the Secretary of Homeland Security and her department speak on what they're looking for in terms of daily numbers. What I can tell you is I receive the daily reports each morning, and ICE is out there doing the jobs that they swore an oath to do, and they are removing public safety threats from our communities every day, and our country is becoming a safer place because of their efforts. And the One Big Beautiful Bill that is now law will give significant resources to ICE and Border Patrol to continue the tremendous work that they are already doing. And I think every American who wants to live in a safe neighborhood should be grateful for their efforts.
Thank you,
Caroline, so much.
Raquel, and then I can go to you.
So much.
And then you, Dr. Harper.
Thank you, Caroline. It's a follow-up on the BRICS question. So does President Trump believe that the BRICS are getting stronger or trying to isolate the United States? And how close is he monitoring this summit that is taking place in Brazil right now?
He's closely monitoring it, which is why he put out a statement himself. He does not perceive these countries as
failure.
growing
Expect
stronger.
amounts
He
of
just
6,200
perceives them
likely
as
back to
trying
this
undermine
level.
the United States interests, and that's not okay with him.
Yeah,
How strong
I don't know. Probably higher than.
Go ahead.
I don't know if we'd actually
Yes,
test
go ahead.
6,200.
As promised, yes. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Does Trump have a vision for post-war Gaza? You mentioned, he's talking about now the ceasefire. But does he support permanent or temporary Israeli presence in the Gaza Strip? Does he continue to see a continued role for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to continue to operate in the Gaza Strip?
Well, as you know, because we've talked about it before, the president has directed aid to be moved into the region, and that has been taking place. You've actually seen people in the Gaza Strip yelling out, "Thank you, Trump."
Is
for
the
aid
bounce
and for the
losing
meals that they
likelihood?
have received because
The
the
at the
previous
money,
administration,
some of the at the money calls
did
have
that
pulled
for some
back,
reason.
but they're still in the money calls bought at
in the region. So as I
62.10
outlined
and
previously,
15,
he views
and
this part of the region
out of the
as
money calls
having a chance to
bought
be
at
peaceful,
25
Again, we need
and
to end this war. We need to
35.
get all the hostages home, and Hamas needs to accept this proposal in order to do that. Dr. Harper, go ahead.
I'm Dr. Anthony Harper with the Intermountain Christian News. Thank you for taking my questions. Given the nature of the Palestinian Authority, with their pay to slay, teaching Jew hatred to children, corrupt leaders, and no elections for 19 years, who does President Trump support to govern Area A and Area B to prevent Hamas from ruling? And what is President Trump's position on Israeli sovereignty?
Sure. Well, the president believes Israel, of course, has a right to defend itself. As for the first part of your question, you're getting ahead, Dr. Harper. As I told you, the president wants Hamas to accept this proposal right now. He wants to see peace in this region, and he's committed to doing that. Sean.
Hey, Caroline, can you just please walk us through the decision to halt the supply of weapons to Ukraine?
at a time when Russia is really hitting Ukrainian cities and civilians. Was
Sure.
that the president who decided that, or did the Pentagon do it without his approval?
No, neither of those things are true. I'm happy to walk you through it. This was a standard review by the Pentagon of all weapons and all aid and all support that the United States is providing all countries and all regions around the world, not just Ukraine. When the Secretary of Defense took office, he directed the Pentagon to conduct this review to ensure that everything that's going out the door aligns with America's interests. So it's a pause to review to ensure that everything the Pentagon is pushing out there is in the best interest of our military and our men and women in uniform. Fran.
Two questions on Israel. You suggested that Hamas is the impediment currently to a ceasefire. So if not a ceasefire deal, then what does the president hope to achieve with tonight's dinner with the prime minister?
Again, you guys are getting around to a lot of hypotheticals. I don't want to get ahead of the president, but there are many other issues to discuss with Prime Minister Netanyahu tonight.
The Bulls
related
haven't
to
given
the
up
region and just the
entirely.
world. So
They're
this will be a dinner to talk about Operation Midnight Hammer, which was incredibly successful, to talk about peace in Gaza and ending that conflict, as well as many other topics of discussion in relation to Israel and the United States. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Given the fact, this is on the trade letters, given the fact that the president put into effect the tariffs on April 2nd and then put the pause into place, is the president at all concerned that these countries that are receiving the letters won't take them seriously because the deadline seems to have shifted already and may shift again?
They will take the letter seriously because they have taken the president seriously, and that's why the president's phone, I can tell you, rings off the hook from world leaders all the time who are begging him to come to a deal. And this administration is working hard to ensure those deals are in the best interest of the American people. And this delay, again, is in the best interest of the American people. And you all will continue to see these letters released on the president's Truth Social, and we will see you all later. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Caroline.
Hmm. Hmm. Sold puts 220, 215, 225, 235. The bot puts at 225 still haven't closed entirely, which is frustrating. That shit was painful. Yeah, I know. Although I do think if the bot puts at 225 close, this does have some potential to rally. We have like a triple bottom, all with slightly higher lows. I don't see why. I don't see why we couldn't see some capitulation. There's 2 hours till market close. The 35 and 30 puts are getting sold a bit more heavily here. There's still bot calls at 35. What's up, VWAS? You're learning a new department. You, Gherk, learning a new department today. I'm gonna have to actually work for a while. What was the news for that dumper stinky? Oh, tariffs. Tariffs against South Korea and Japan. Hmm. Still 27 and 33 for confirmations. Although 33 probably more significant now. Still bot pets at 225. Those haven't really yielded. I don't even know when FUVO ETF FTDs would be right now. I mean, usually like the first end of the first week of the month. So it would have been like last Thursday. Maybe with the holiday extended into like today, tomorrow. Am I remembering wrong? Didn't somebody already publish parts of that list that doesn't exist? Yeah. Yeah. Why would tariff delays be bearish? Because there's a lot of uncertainty with how the trade deals are going to play out. And right now, the market is pricing in basically no international tariffs whatsoever, above like the 10% rate or so. Even that's really not factored in well. So the market still fully pricing in the taco trade. Yeah. Phew. Ah. What happens if the market eats too many tacos? Is it similar to what a normal person experiences after Taco Bell? Well, if no tariffs are ever implemented, they're not a very effective negotiation tactic, right? So, eventually something's going to have to come to pass, and nothing is priced in. So, yeah, probably. Thank you. Be very nice if the Bears would let go of their 225 pits. Mostly because that's the put I sold. Just let it go. No, it'd be much better if the Bears just get squeezed out. I'm long the 225 put because I sold the 235 put too early. Shit. You might not be the only one. Goldman Sachs says the Fed may cut policy rate in September, an early Fed cut on softer tariff impacts and disinflation. There are no tariff impacts. Goldman Sachs sees a Fed terminal rate of 3 to 3.25, when prior 3.5 to 3.75. More bot puts at 225. Not long. Maybe it's my fault. Probably. Can we guess we're stuck here until end of day? Well, we're at like the bottom of like gamma right now, so it's really hard to move up. If it starts moving up, like if there's enough of a push to drive this higher, then it can get really squeezy like it did earlier off the gap fill bounce. It just depends on if bulls come in and try to leverage up again before the end of day. Otherwise, yeah, I mean we're probably near the low for the day. There's not much delta below like 62.15. Not that bad news couldn't drive us down to like a 6200 test, but 62.15 is also a fairly important technical level. I think it's the if I'm not mistaken, the month low right now. No, just Friday's low. Month low is 61.77. Oh yeah, fucking Monday. It was the June high. Sorry. On August 1st, if no other trade deal is reached. But those were the initial tariffs set against Japan and Korea anyway. So that's what should already be priced in. It's not, but it should be. Not particularly. Well, there's 56 or 62.15 lost. And immediately regained. Yeah, I mean, bulls still want to sell puts under there. So, I don't think that's changing. Should sell more than 25. Fucking greedy. There's also bot calls down here. 6210, 15 synthetic longs. I was going to tell you a tariff joke, but it's all too important. Ha! Are bulls capitulating? Maybe. We still have bot calls at 25. More bad news. Fun. Ooh. Laos will be 40%, Kazakhstan 25%, South Africa 30%, Myanmar 40%. Nice. Doing all the things. Vol up. Yes, at 62.52, which is the next downside support. Plowing right through it, too. Where's the next one? Is there a next one? 62.41. 50-ish. Tiny bounce. All right, give me 1 second. 6,200 test. Bounce back up to 13 so far. I am back. It's very astute of you. I wonder if we'll get enough momentum off squeezing through all these short puts to break the bot puts at 2025. Or 225. Need to. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Need2 a shout out for hooking you up. I need to get a drink or something. Hmm. 17. I fucking... Did you not hear me when I saw it? I said that of all of the things that you've ever made for Gamma Strike, that one was the best use of your time ever. Oh, okay. You just want me to repeat it? Don't worry, Nuke. I'll be your dopamine. This is fun. Oh, nice. Yeah, I figured that was just a bug. How did you only make $20? Stopped out? As someone who lost like 7,000 and then just made it back, I feel like the swings were more substantial. Did you ever think, Nuns, that it's because of the stop losses on your spreads that it moved back up? Like, you are the cause, not the effect. My 5 contracts moves markets. Well, you and everybody doing the same thing as you. Amidst the kelp where emerald waters gleam, a sea otter with joy in every stream did grant new memberships a tender boon to the great Pickle Gherk beneath the moon. That's so beautiful, Nitu. I didn't know that you were a poet. That's pretty good, actually. I'm glad you made some profits, Greedy. Baby steps, but you're turning it around. How did you make... well, I didn't make 7K. My losses were just reduced by 7K. I sold 62.25s in the money, and I'm about back at break even now. Okay, yeah. I desperately need to get something to drink. 1 second. That's not going to do it. What tracks? He's just started poetry night? Oh, just what the pickle jar needs. Maybe he'll draft one to the UK and it'll say no tariffs on Great Britain because Starmer let me touch his weenie. You guys think? If these tricky bulls push this back to VN, I'm gonna flip out. Why? Maybe next time I'll do a haiku. This would be a good place for it to get rejected. If we push up too much above this, we could keep pushing up. Like, I don't know, 23 and 27 probably are important. And then 33 is still important from earlier. I don't know if we'd test 6,200 again. I would say if we rejected from here, maybe like 10 or 05. A lot of bearish capitulation on the bounce, though, so less positioning to drag prices down. Still a shitload of bot puts at 225. But that is like the last line of resistance until 40 and 50. I don't think it's a 6,300 push-up. Ooh. The EU is going to give loans to the UK and Canada for defense. Why didn't Trump secure that deal? Oh, wait, because he's a prick. No, I don't have intraday data for MSTR. We don't capture it. It's not one of the tickers that we track. So we would have to set up a whole pipeline for it, which I could kind of give a shit less about. They can't keep getting away with this. Yes, they can. The bulls? Why do you still have puts? We tested 6,200. Do you not like money? Sometimes you guys blow my mind.
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives.
You guys better be liking the fucking stream. It was like some ad that popped up. I'm looking to see if there's any more pressers before I get fucking rugged by Trump again. I was gonna take my profit on my pets. Like this. Hmm. I liked the stream thinking that's why I was buffering. It was my laptop not being plugged in. Do you think YouTube buffers the video if you don't like it appropriately? I mean, I kind of fucking wish, but... CME provides block trade data for free, but it doesn't allow redistribution of block trade data for free. But yes, it would be a starting point if and when we begin to add CME data, which we're still kind of far away from. You still have to have a license to redistribute CME data, which is very expensive. It would currently cost more than all of the subs that we have. So we're gonna have to grow a little bit in order to make futures data a possibility. It's definitely something we want. Do you still have bearish positions farther out? Yes. Not a lot, but I got some last week. For the trade stuff, mostly. Thanks, Pepe Squawk. Does this have any more upside room? It's very hard to get above the puts at 225, but yes. Theoretically, we should, if we were able to get past those puts, we could test 40 or 50, maybe even 60, which would be kind of crazy, but not completely impossible. There's still quite a lot of gamma to the upside. When will the trade tariff stuff be really bearish? When they're implemented and being enforced. I don't think the market is willing to risk giving a shit about them again unless they are locked in. This is slightly bearish because it's a step closer to locking them in, supposedly, right? But it's, I mean, Trump could get on stage right now and say, I'm not really sure this tariff thing is working, and the market would go to 6,300 before the end of the day. Yeah, boy who cried wolf. Very much. It'll never happen. No, that would be admitting fault, which he is incapable of. No, no one said wolf. I mean, you did, but... I love how Basant said that extending the deadlines to August 1st wasn't an extension. How does that work? You know what? Makes sense. Inverse head and shoulders? Maybe? These fucking pits do not want to go anywhere. Okay, well, taking profit on the test at 25 was a good choice. I fully support my own decision to do that. Has anyone checked on Dork? Has he been assimilated by the sourdough? I mean, you know what? We told him not to put his dick in it, so If he has been, that's really on him. Bunch of little sour dork babies running around. Wait, is this hybrid baby farm play? No. An arm did come out of my starter and started dragging the jar around the room. I went for my cat, and that's when I said enough is enough and punished it by putting it in a double recipe. You're such a fucking nerd. Jesus Christ. I hate everything you just said. So much. High or low here would be slightly bullish. There's still bot calls at 10 and 15. There's just still, unfortunately, a lot of bot puts at 225. They probably closed automatically due to the spike in vol. Especially given the size of the positions they're closed. This is as good a place as any. There's inverse head and shoulders on the ES 5-minute. Pretty clean one, too. I think it's possible. I mean, the only significant roadblock to further upside tests right now is the massive pile of bot puts at 62.25. There's some delta out at 40 that could maybe be an issue, but I don't think it's as significant. Yeah, of course, yeah, there's 0DT. They've been being bought throughout the entirety of the day. Most of them were bought on the initial drop. Like back here. On the Korea, Japan tariff news. But they've been bought in the money, too. On several tests at 25. They were bought here and here as well. On the breakouts above 25. wants it above 36, right? Well, for the 0 DTE. Sure, at 36. Well, between 33 and 35, I guess, more accurately. There've only been like 100 or so of the 25 contracts pulled back. My July 18, 5250p is gonna go $400 in the money. I mean, you hope so. Do you have any guides on how to use the visual data on screen? Yes. You can go to app.gammastrike.com/documents. And there's also a series of roundtable videos where we've done Q&A with like the community and stuff here on the YouTube channel. Here's the link for the documentation. Hmm. Head and shoulders isn't inversing fast enough. Well, the right shoulder is kind of failing. So, yeah. I feel like it's been a minute since we've had a good dump into close. We've had more than enough bearish news today to get one. Does anybody think it's really weird that we bounced on the 3 and 6 month auction, finally finalizing? Leverage isn't a problem, right? Why would you want to buy 300 billion in treasuries before it'd be very Japanese to sell 300 billion in treasuries before Basant gets his fucking issuance on. Oh, I thought you said dump 300 billion into. Sorry, my bad. Okay. Yeah, no, that would be. Yeah, Ivy skewed a bit towards puts. There's some bot puts coming in at 15. Not very many of them, but a few. I mean, the biggest problem with BABA is that it's the focal point for like all risk in Chinese equities. So if tariffs stay where they are, I mean, maybe, but God, this is so boring. There's 27 minutes left. Calls being bought at 25. There's a bunch of different MMs for SPX options. Like hundreds of them. CBOE is the exchange. I mean, pricing is standardized by Black-Scholes. So I'm not sure what you mean, but they all have their own books. Banks, hedge funds, pod shops, you name it. Even, I mean, technically, even like retail with enough money can act as a market maker. There are larger market makers like Goldman, Susquehanna, Citadel that make the majority of like the spot market. Yes, market maker. I mean, it's both. But the formal designation is generally liquidity provider. Hmm. Where's the pump? Not coming. Vol's moving up too. Dumping to close. Hmm. Try for the pump. If fails, dump. Yeah, well, we got 15 minutes. They could try to squeeze all the sold calls to the upside, but there's a lot of them. And there's still a shit fucking ton of puts at 62.25, which is... I mean, it doesn't look like that shit's going anywhere, to be honest. Hmm. Yeah, I could look at Tesla. There's definitely support at 300. Looks like some at 290 as well. Bearish overall. 290 confirming more downside. There's definitely some room to move down. I think the initial impact of the bill passage is probably done with, but I don't know, there's some support at 270 if the 300 level can't hold. Bull's trying to push it. Nice. Left a gap at 18. A lower high on this, though. Nope. 7 minutes left. I don't think it's gonna happen. Still a strong turnaround, though. Getting rejected. There's 6 minutes left. Ooh. EU rushing to make a trade deal with the US. Oh, interesting. White House official tariffs won't stack. That's interesting. 30 seems somewhat significant. A lot of sold calls. Maybe it's enough end of day news to actually squeeze this. I wonder. That'd be fucking wild. Four minutes left. Fucking 60-30 is gonna print here. What? Rejected on 30. Lame. Oh, that was the shot. One second. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna straddle here. Woo! Fuck yeah. Almost at 50. Jesus Christ, I've been doing this for too long. Fuck. There's gotta be something else I could do with my day. Maybe not. What's up? No? You guys are probably right. Like, trade by yourself? That would suck. And I couldn't look cool doing it. Like, there's no way to... There's no way to give yourself compliments. I mean, you can, but it doesn't mean anything, you know? It's not the same. $20 seconds left. Ding ding. Alright. Well, that was a fucking weird day. Alright, so futures lost the all-time high support. Then failed back into the prior trend. It did get a little bit of support here around 246.50, but not really at any significant level there. So I would say that there's a very good possibility, especially without getting back above the prior trend, that we will at some point test this or the longer term trend out here around like 62.40 or so. Additional failure from there would be like, below last week's open, which would be, or last week's, or the prior week's close, the short week. So that'd be like that 62.16 level, under 61.89, and we would have our, I think, first confirmed breakdown in the last, couple months. So we'll see how that goes. I guess since like the Iraq, or like the Iranian-Israeli shit, we closed, well, right about where I thought we would. Did find support at the 6,200 level, but there is still a downside gap from last week's open, around 61.73 or so. We did see a bunch of in the money or out of the money sold puts pull back on today's drop. We did get a small rally here, but still a lower high. This could continue to fail into tomorrow, especially as we get more and more news regarding tariff decisions and tariff rates on other countries. So we are starting to flatten out. There's also an upside gap that should probably be noted as well, up at 62.62, out to that all-time high that we set last Friday. So yeah, filling in some stuff. Things looking a little bit more bearish now, obviously. Vol up today. Vol on the 3-month up quite a lot today, 5.21%. Dollar moving up with the tariff announcements, and that's pushing yields at the top end of the curve back up again, which is going to restrict all of that, leverage that we've been seeing deployed all over the market recently. And pretty sharp snapback in correlation, both on the 1 and 3 month. So 3 month was kind of, diverging a bit over the last week. With this week, we're seeing both of them rising together and fairly rapidly. Even with the turnaround into the end of the day, they are both up substantially on the day. And as correlation increases, index volatility rises. That's weird. Yeah, so commodities down on the day, but up during the trading session. Looks like precious metals and oil kind of leading that. However, industrials and some other precious metals, agriculturals, materials, not doing so hot. That rise in correlation has not yet produced any kind of response in bond volatility, but we're likely to see one, especially if correlation on the 3 month continues to rise. Leverage in the carry trade ramping right the fuck up with the move up in the dollar. No time lost there. And not just at the long end, but the short end as well. That's, obviously we would expect to see the bond curve fall, but the forward yield on volatility picking up to -5%, which is the highest level we've seen since mid-June. Skew rising a little bit on Friday, but probably seeing some out of the money put buying today with all of the news. Breadth, this is from Friday or Thursday rather. This is already, narrowed out quite a lot. And today's drop will ease that a little bit, but not very much. Everything's, almost everything in the S&P is above its 20-day moving average at this point. So some of that will have pulled back today, but not very much. and a little bump in volatility here, where we've been kind of waiting to see one with correlation, dropping off into the start of last week and then continuing to drop off some more. So it's very possible that this little start in volatility might mature into something bigger, especially as we get past the VIX-piration this week. So after tomorrow's close, we might see volatility open up a little bit. Remember, all of those positions from the end of the month were rolled forward into the short week, like the bullish positioning. A lot of that fell off on Thursday. But the volatility, any like short vol stuff that rolled forward would have rolled forward to this like Tuesday, Wednesday, when we get the VIX expiry. And so if we're going to see vol open up substantially, it might be around then. And that'll also coincide with, rising event vol due to the Fed minutes. Fed fund futures pricing down a little bit today. Now, 2 expected rate cuts by January of 2026 with no rate cut. Well, not really much of a rate cut expected in September, which only leaves 1 meeting to cut twice. I don't know. I just don't think it's very likely that we see too many rate cuts, especially with ISM prices rising both in manufacturing and services. Also, not only rising prices in ISM manufacturing and services, but forward inflation expectation shifting higher due to announced tariffs. So, yeah, a little bit of both. We got rejected off of 62.85. We did not close below 62.28 today, which was, the top of the gap into Friday. But I would still like to see us under like 61.75, close that downside gap to confirm some kind of breakdown here. And closing higher than the low today leaves that still a little bit questionable. So we'll see how that goes. Pretty much everything selling off today. Palantir up. I guess Meta, Microsoft kind of flat. Amazon kind of flat. Walmart and Costco performing. No signs of like sector rotation. It just seems like broad de-risking of everything. So I think that's all I got. Thank you guys for tuning in, obviously. And I will probably see you tomorrow. Like the stream before you go. See you in the morning. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor